Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and I know on Tuesday I said I was going to be doing more mixing, but I have found another interesting thing to do. So I was thinking we could do a little sound design. In particular, we could be doing a little sound design with Bacon Paul's 6 Signs synthesizer. Now, it's not resizable, so I can't actually make my stuff fit on the screen very nicely. Like, I can take my YouTube window. I don't have a convenient off screen to put it off. And if I smush it, well, I can sort of smush it. Let's see what we can make happen here. Also, especially since I don't really care so much about how many concurrent viewers are here as if they respond to me in any way or have any questions. That's way more important than the total number. So now I have a pretty screen. And the pretty screen has a synth on it. So yeah. And there's a number of things that I can do here, but one of them I was thinking about giving a try with is the following. So I can run this, right? But I can also run Surge XT. And I've got that set up. Here is Modern Tron. And that, you might notice I've got macro 1 through macro 8. Well, check it out. I still have the itty-bitty controller. Watch what happens with the macros when I move these. I have told it to listen to specifically this controller. And of course, in Surge, I can set any of these macros. Here we've got literally one of each. It would be really cool if I could color code them so that, like, okay, the red macro is the red slider, but I can't. But this completely unlocks being able to use Surge XT with my itty-bitty control surface and then just do wild things with that. That would be great fun. But I'm wondering whether I can do something with 6 Signs. These are all the standalone things. There's a detail with the most recent version of 6 Signs I've downloaded. Also, I should update my details on YouTube. You'll notice it freezes up a little bit. So a thing that it's doing is it's going to start up, but it's not starting up quite right. I've set it to have these audio MIDI settings, but it's setting it back to Rayon audio every time. And I don't actually prefer that, so I'll just update it every time. And under here, I have the program Audio Hijack, which is able to make SWB audio capture go to my speakers. And in fact, it's doing a better job of it than my screen capture software does. So we've got this going on, and as long as I don't have a lot of live chat happening right at the moment, let's scooch these windows around to where I can access Edit and update what we're doing. Today is Make Patches with 6 Signs Day. I've been going through some stuff with that where I am present in the Surge XT Discord. And as such, I'm kind of privy to how some of this works. And there is a dedicated little section for talking about 6 Signs And I've been jumping in there and essentially like begging for various, like you see I'm running the nightly from literally this morning. I've been essentially running around begging for particular features to either exist or not be removed. Because one of the things about the Bacon-Paul/Surge community is that a lot of folks have some very specific ideas about things. And I'll show you a little of that. So what we're seeing here is parts of this on my little mellow poly aftertouch. So if I set this to a bassy note, I have like literally no attack or decay in any of these. So kind of like the Farfisa organ that I own, it will click on onset and release. And that click is cutting into the middle of a waveform. It's not necessarily a sine waveform. We're actually using a non-sine waveform with a bunch of feedback for this. And the way it works is if you hit notes, the saw-ish waveform with a lot of feedback will go kind of thinner and be a different shape of waveform. And then I have aftertouch going to more like the normal wave again. So we're making a sweepy kind of behavior simply by modulating the amount of feedback in the operator, and that's shown here. Like here's our ratio, and it's the saw-ish wave set to a particular setting, just right to make it act a certain way. And then here is the matrix for not only how much it'll contribute to each successive operator, and we're only listening to this one because we have it turned on. Without that, nothing happens. Weirdly, this operator mixer level seems to be completely ignoring it. But in fact, we can indeed turn it up. Hey, Travis. So the thing that, and as you can see, the modulation of this does certain things. In fact, it shows that I have the level turned down, so the level is also being modulated by the poly aftertouch, rather than just the tone. If I go back to the matrix, oh, check this out though. New button. New button. This might sound rather painful. Maybe I better turn it down. This button is something that Paul invented due to this stuff here. I did not, but my friend Bacon Paul did, and I'm going to tell you all about it, and we're going to spend a day derping around with the FM synth, because this is continuing to hold up with my initial take on it. The first day it came out, where I was like, oh my gosh, my friend just made the best FM synthesizer I've ever heard in my life. This is absolutely amazing, and I'm going to do everything with this now, or at least on a laptop or whatever. And I don't think most of these guys understand why it sounds as good as it does. But I've tried to persuade them of why it is, and I think I'm able to identify why it sounds so good compared to a bunch of other synths. And none of that has been undermined, really, with the variations that have gone on as it goes through a rapid development process and keeps getting updates and stuff. By the way, Meanwhile, I do have my wood stove going, so let me do that. I think I can just open that vent and it'll perk up a little bit. I don't need to throw more logs in there because it's running kind of not very hot, so it needs to burn off some of those warm glowing coals and stuff. But yeah. So first of all, here we have this. And when you click on the gear, you get a bunch of extra things. These do get saved on a per patch basis, if I'm not mistaken. They'd better, because a lot of this is very specific to the patch. Look at this, oversampling. This is what I was using when I started making patches, including this very patch. And I found that when I ran it on 48K, it acted totally different. Totally different. And the developers, me being mainly Bacon Paul, but also some of the folks, there's a particular developer in there, Evil Dragon. I wonder whether he's like worked with Native Instruments. He's a relative heavyweight as far as audio developers are concerned, like way smarter than me, and so on. But he has this determination that all things must sound exactly the same no matter what sample rate you throw at it. And you know, I've developed things like the original Energy and whatever, where it operates around the sample rate. And so you literally can't have it sound exactly the same because it's interacting with the sampling system itself to get its sounds. FM synths can be the same way. So here's where we started out. And it started out as oversampling was always exactly 2.5 times the native sample rate. And what that gave you was, if I did it like this, you got to throw on various overtones, plus if I push very lightly, especially in lower notes, probably little tweaks that can be done here to dial this in, such as this was a factor of feedback, so we had this going on. Hear how it like fuzzes a little bit? Well, I had it dialed in at exactly 240K. And when you ran the same patch at 48K, it made a gnarly kind of extra fuzz up around 10 kilohertz. And this is not going to quite do the same thing, but maybe it will. Let's find out what it does. When you're running the original oversampling at 48K and using the same patch, it did a real high frequency buzz going on. And yeah, hey Burke, unknown and so on. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna spend a few hours today. I'll throw 4 hours at this and I'll end up with a bunch of patches I'm quite willing to share. And I want to talk about the path that this synth has gone through, because I've been like watching it the whole time. I do think it's a nice layout. Yeah, thank Bacon Paul for that. He's the one who came up with it. It's meant to be a simple minimalist synth. It's not going to have like an FX section, and that's exactly as I want it. So we are not currently doing the thing that it started out, like the first version that came out. If you ran it at 96K, you got this kind of thing. You could dial in how much of the buzz. But then if you switch the entire synth down to 48K, it sounded totally different in a way that I can't actually model for you right now. I think. No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if I reset it, it's gonna fail to run SWB audio capture, and I'll have to change everything around and put it back. And that's more pain in the butt than I really wanted. No effects, also perfect for just straight up running into an instance of Console X and using that to tailor the rest of the sound. If you gotta run into a console emulation anyhow, use the filters. But so what ended up happening as that continued was the guys developing the synth scrambled to find a way to make it act exactly the same no matter what you did. And the first concept was, let's add this menu so that it would run at, say, 240K regardless of whether your base sample rate was 96 or 48 or 44.1 or whatever. Note that it does have slight variations, and then that's based on whether you're at like 88.2 or 96 or so on. There's two basic gear ratios for all of these things. And they set it up so that it would always run the native rate at like 120K or 240 or whatever. That also means if you're running it at 120 instead of 240, you can have twice the polyphony. And also the internal calculation is going to be twice as much. Albaneto, you probably suggested it to other stream watchers. Well, there's an interesting idea. I don't think I remember you mentioning that. What I should do is go and grab here more stove cam. Yeah, I'm quite happy to get ideas to chase, because this coming week I'm going to knock out a couple of fairly simple plugins so that I can keep like one coming a week, and that sounds like just the sort of experiment that would be fun to do. So I've got a number of ideas. I'm going to call your concept here derez with random offset. It should produce a kind of noisy effect, but perhaps a slightly different one. It will produce a kind of noisy effect not unlike chrome oxide. So that might come in handy, because I'm going to be bringing the concept of chrome oxide into the newest version of to tape, namely to cassette specifically, so that it can have a little more grunge and noise in it. And what you're suggesting is literally just another way of doing that. It is literally bringing, because the concept of chrome oxide is basically that, but at the regular sampling rate, but it's reducing what the chrome oxide plugin does is it's randomizing the amount of slew rate that you produce rather than just adding random noise. So it'll randomize the amount of slew rate that you get and provide a slightly randomized slew clipper. And that's what that one is, which is why it has a vaguely tape-like quality to it. So yeah, so that I've now got several different ideas as far as stuff that I can try. And Aaron, that's why I need to develop the ones like Console X, where it draws in all the different stuff and puts it together into a package with like its little GUI and so on. Well, let's find out. Check it out. Randomize phase in a unison. And we can do this. It has to do with the unison. So if we don't, actually still getting clicks. It shows in the little title bar, this is Bacon Paul's Six Signs. It's the most recent creation of a guy that's been a lot of help to me and does very cool things, including being a sort of coordinator, a central guidepost around the Surge XT synthesizer. Paul has a lot to do with that. He's doing a sampler called Short Circuit, which is taken over from an abandoned project. He's included some Airwindows effects in Surge, and this is a 1-month project of his. I have a warble in here. I think I have some kind of, let's see, it wouldn't be ratio, or would it? Maybe it is. I got a sample and hold, and I've got a key track and pitch, and it's not. Yeah, we have got some kind of thing going on there where that's not just the flat note. But it's designed to have multiple voices, and act kind of like this. So the story that I was telling about how this oversampling section evolved, and I'm going to finish doing that before I start trying to find a way to play with the macros, because I bet I can assign those to MIDI controls, and as such, I can make those work with my little controller. Might want to go and make another cup of coffee, although I shouldn't wait too long to do that. So check this out. This caused much consternation among the development community of the folks that were doing this. Notice how oversampling is at 240. Notice the slight changes in the sound just from changing the sample rate strategy so that the internal sample rate will become 192 or 144 or 120. See, little buzz. And not. It changed. Ironically, the little buzz that it has is only appearing at the highest sample rate. So one thing we can do is crank up the resonance, which is what's causing this. Also, we'll get back to this overdrive thing. I'm going to get to that. That's going to be hilarious. Now it's extra buzzy. And when we pick different things for oversampling, we have a slightly different quality each time. Sort of a bumblebee sound. A little extra rasp. Then back to a much more striking one, which is where this operator interacts. And the reason for that is because of this sampling rate thing. Oh, I'm not worried. I'm using the clicking to demonstrate stuff. This is the minimal patch that's showing off some of the sound effects that are being caused. So check this out. We also get access to a resampler engine. And that is essentially a popular library for sync interpolation. When it says fast, it's a relatively small window. The window that's being specified by Lanczos A equals 4 is like about 8 samples wide, no more than that. And A equals 4 means the point that's loudest in the little filter thing that they've constructed is at sample 4. So this is Paul's original one was a very small filter, to the point where I could probably make filters of my own along the same terms, because I know how you do that by specifying a little sync interpolation envelope. It basically means your middle point is at, say, 1.0. It's full crank. And then all the points surrounding it, and it'll force you to have a little bit of latency, are like a waveform of the desired Nyquist frequency around where the synth engine is going. Like, if I was to draw a picture of that on this piece of paper, which might or might not show up, you get a series of dots that look kind of like this. Producing a sort of wiggle that looks kind of like that. And you make the wiggle be kind of at your sample rate. And that's a brick wall filter. It's going to try to suppress anything higher than that frequency. And that's how sync interpolation works, is it's just a little filter kernel. Now, one of the things about that is it is symmetrical. It is a linear phase filter, which you don't necessarily always have to have, but in this case you do. And the resampler engine here that you see in the little menu, Lanczos A equals 4 means that the loud bit of that is the 4th sample along. So it's a very small little kernel. But Paul ended up not liking the one that he was using because it would not stay quite the same at different sample rates. Under some circumstances, like I can take this and if I ran it at 48K, I can get a wildly different sound out of the, so if you're running 48K projects, granted my stuff isn't always designed to do that, but if you were running that and you picked 144K as the oversampler rate, what's in this menu, you can get a really gnarly, interesting fuzz on this stuff, which I don't think is quite worth running at 48K, but that's how this works, is this algorithm that Paul initially shipped the synth with. Doesn't sound quite the same at different sample rates, but it's a really crisp, strong sample rate converter. As far as getting it, I was comparing it to Farfisa organs as far as the kinds of sounds I can get out of it. And I can get sounds with the crispness of, this is why I'm doing the click part. clickiness about it. That's being represented in the oversampling. And yeah, it's a little bit different when you pick different sample rates. The pop is not quite the same each time. This one you've got more of a fuzz on top of it, as that slight hint of buzz shows up. Hear what kicks in? And then if you switch it to something else, it'll act a little different. So what ended up happening is the folks around this project kind of freaked out and went, oh no, it sounds different. It must always sound exactly the same no matter what you do. We'd better throw all this stuff away. And I'm like, no, this sounds cool. It's making this weird overtone. I'm loving the effect. You can do it on only one oscillator. Please maintain whatever it is that we got. So they did the bank of 4 options here. And that did not fix the problem. If I ran it in 48K, it would be even more obvious. But already, we can have that fuzz sound, and then have it be a different character each time. So what happened then was Paul went, up, okay, I give up. My sample rate conversion is not okay. And I'm like, no, it sounds awesome. It's great. He's like, nope, but it's not the same. So they did this. And that is SRC fast. It's like a lib sample rate, which is another form of sync interpolation. I think it's a larger window. And as such, you get fast, medium, or expensive. And they're much more consistent as far as that's concerned, but they don't have quite the sound, in my opinion. You notice now it's always the same overtone, no matter what you do. And you can even go expensive. That's going to give you a little more latency. And it's going to make it a sharper cutoff, which is not necessarily musically useful for a musical instrument. That's why we have synthesizer cutoffs. But you can do the sharper cutoff. And it'll be way more consistent between settings. And I'm pretty sure that the SRC fast is the one that defaults now. So you have to specifically choose Lanczos A equals 4 if you want the original behavior, which I tend to. And I'll show you why. Here we have our highest possible sample rate, and we're going to sweep the feedback matrix back and forth a little bit. You no longer get to have that faint little fuzzy overtone that's easy to do with this one. But more than that, if you go down to a really low note, and we hear these clickings because I'm allowing it to be clicking. If we go to our SRCs, it feels more plastic to me this way. These sync interpolations are wider FIR filters than Paul's initial try. So while it's accurately doing the spectrum, this sounds more muted to me on those clicks. And this sounds more percussive. And we can try it at 120K. And then default. And expensive. So essentially what we got is the ability to have slightly different handling of the most high frequency transients. And Paul has allowed this to persist, so I get to continue to use it, which I will be wanting to do. Because his original Lanxos is the closest to my ear to what it sounds like plugging a Farfisa straight into the board. Or something like that, where it is a electrical contact making and breaking a connection. But it's a synth, it's a soft synth. But here, I'm kind of having a look at my fire as we go. I'll be breaking to shuffle that around a little bit and throw another log in there pretty soon, I think. Here is another trick. Again, I said I was going to pull a level back. Check this out. We have a new thing, 10x overdrive. So what this does is it multiplies this control by 10. So you'll notice the real scrunchy sound of that. That is also a thing where I'm essentially using, let's see, here we are, click on matrix, click on the feedback operator, which is the little arrow that tucks under here. I get to use level and the poly aftertouch to do the same thing to modulate this. And we can go in here and see what it does with different oversamplings. And we have slightly different characteristics. I think it's scrunchiest at 240K, but you can, of course, also. And like I said before, you don't have to use Lanxos A4. This is the one that I feel is the most raw. And yeah, I clicked one button and it became a console, it became a neuro patch. Switch it to the normal sample rate converter. It immediately sounds more like a normal synth and a little bit less like plugging weird circuitry directly into your board. Although if you want the slightly more well-groomed quality of this, it is an available option. Jonathan, we'll get to that's not going to be coming next because I'm going to be focusing on console H for hip hop next. So we can go from SRC expensive back to the sample rate converter that this synth shipped with, which is much more raw and immediate. Check that out. How's that for a big difference? Compared to... It's much more well behaved, or just a lot more rowdy. And that is entirely being done using the 10x button, which lets you just crank up the amount of overdrive in the feedback operator on a operator by operator basis. Only for the feedback operator, though, not for modulating other things. These continue to only have the amount that they have. If people clamor for the 50s style console system, that's one of the many things that can happen if people are the most excited about. Oh yeah, you should call it that then. Don't go, oh, Chuck Berry 50s sound. Instead go, oh, the one I'm really excited in is console red, because there are ways that I can approach that, such as the recent plugin Hypersoft steps fairly extensively in the direction of being able to make that happen. Incorporating the distortion that I had in Hypersoft and the distortions that I have in the recent mastering plugin, the high frequency glue stuff that comes out of, oh God, what was it? Sinew. So the plugins Sinew and the plugins Hypersoft are probably what I will lean on to get into that zone of being able to do the red style, old school EMI sounding tube console, because they're all going to be a little bit crunchier and weirder. Kind of like this is crunchy and weird. The neuro patch. Actually, I can't play that too well because it only makes a note when you hit poly aftertouch. And poly aftertouch is the first thing you hear. But what you do to change that, rather than just turn off overdrive, is adjust it. Turn it up high enough and you've got nothing but noise. Turn it down enough, and our ability to use the poly aftertouch to go into that zone becomes extremely strong. Jonathan, neither of those exist. We're only talking about them. Anyways. Let's continue playing with that. So if that had non-random phase, it's still 4 voices. It's still got the same basic spread. With only one voice, you get this. Which is weirdly way quieter than it was before, which is not necessarily a bad thing, just that our unison seems to be adding a lot of volume each time. I have no, there is no DAW here, so there's no automation. So here we are fooling with the random voices and stuff. I turned off random phase. That's gonna, I believe that's causing all the notes to start not on a click. Spread gives us how wide this goes. Ooh, interesting. Also, I have not yet found where the modulation is coming from here, but I bet it's here, and I'll tell you why. Envelope depth, sample and hold. This is the release speed being modulated. Release shape, rather. I do need a pitch track. And I'm pretty sure that this has something to do with this effect I'm getting. I'm just not sure where it's coming from. But I do think it's coming from this, and I bet it has to do with deform. So, operator 1, here's our ratio. That's the note that this is producing. Jonathan, I can answer for me in that I'm going to be using these synthesizers, running them in Reaper, and routing them to a audio track, which I then record. Because I want to edit the stuff that I record not in MIDI but in audio so that I can see the waveforms I made and move them around on the screen. Now, this particular effect is how one of those patches was able to produce a reverb-like sound. It was having a darker sound in there, and it was just warbling it using this, and that's what made it a reverby thing. And you can plainly hear that the pitch is changing. I'm betting deform is causing that. Let's experiment with that idea. First we'll make it. There's a warble. We'll make it go a couple of times a second. It's 2 Hertz. It's way out of tune, which is partly because we have the unison at a still turned up quite high. The spread on the unison acts like it's being modulated by this, and I'm going to figure out why. Firstly, what's deform doing? Nothing. So that's how we got our interesting sound. It's the sample and hold thing, but then deform kicked in. And that's going to lean it towards one side more than the other, is what deform does with the LFO shape. So then my remaining question becomes, where's it getting this dang warbling from? And it's an interesting question, and I guess we'll find out. Huh. Jonathan, I haven't actually played with it enough to know. I assumed I would have to route it, but perhaps I don't. I guess you'd set it as the record function would be set to the output of synths rather than the MIDI of the synth. So that's cool. Still trying to find out why this is doing what it do. So let's turn off the feedback and go in search of why we're getting warbling effects. Because it's going to be coming from here somewhere. So OP1 source. Well, let's switch from sample and hold to like sine. There we go. And deform. So now we've turned it directly to this. So what have we here? I'm pretty sure that the reason it's doing this is because I have my envelope modulating the pitch rather than on mixer the envelope modulating the loudness. Therefore, if we remove this, I guess not. Okay, well, we're going to continue experimenting until we figure it out. That's what we're going to do. So we started with these like this. And setting rate low isn't going to help because that amount of modulation is still there. So where's that modulation coming from? Trigger mode. Bipolar? No, that seems good. Aha! So now if I take this ratio setting, which is modulating the pitch of that, it's key tracking, and I have set it to envelope, then we get the end result. If I turn off envelope, it doesn't matter what this does. Kind of like with this, I've got envelope turned off. I guess what that means is just apply whatever at full crank. So the way these work, this is a little bit more complicated than ADSR, but decay and release can work fairly similarly. And the way these controls work is, yeah, Jonathan, that's one of the reasons I want to do it, is getting into a zone where I'm committing to the stuff that I play and working with it. If you don't have envelope selected, oh, I stand corrected. Hey, Grant. So if we select these, this is our default apparently for what we've got here. If we select the operator, we've got a similar behavior. If we select this, it appears like we have to turn on envelope to be able to shut off modulation. And that's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some patches. I feel like this is baffling enough that I should probably go and grab another cup of coffee. And then we'll set up this little doohickey to operate those macros, because those macros are going to have their own usefulness. Macros allow you to do modulation from any of these things. And if I'm not mistaken, I am mistaken. I don't seem to be able to take MIDI inputs for them. Well, you'd think you could. Maybe there's a way. I just don't know what it is yet, or it hasn't been included yet. But we were just up to the point where I was playing with these and figuring out that the warbling sample and hold thing that I was doing, which is like this, and I had shut off the modulation. And I was playing with like that and more of the voices. And random phase. And while we're at it, this needs to be mono. It's a bass. It's a crazy bass. Ooh, clearly more bend. How much bend can we do? How crazy this up? 48, 4 octaves. Hell yeah. Okay, another cup of coffee, fooling with my fire a little. Look at how much it's gone out. Yikes. I'll be getting right back to this, and we're going to go... We're going to go all wacky on this stuff. A lot of Paul's tone designers have been kind of 80s inspired. I'm way more into like your D&B scene, so neuro or whatever. So I just want to make the synthesizer crazy, scream and gargle and warble and stuff. But one thing at a time. It's cold these days, so we're going to throw a little more wood on the fire, make one more cup of coffee, and we're going to go for another 3 hours or so. Until 5 when I have tacos to make. But I'm going to start saving some of these sounds. Granted, it's low-lying fruit, but this is actually the first time I've turned on that 10x knob. And I'm happy to see that it is legit a 10x knob, so I can still dial and tune it. But yeah, the opportunities there seem good. I'm definitely pleased with that. So, come on, come on, catch. Lean down in here and blow on the wood to make it catch fire. Come on. There we go. A little wind blew when I opened the door, and that was enough. So we'll get that rolling. I'll be right back. Just sneaking with, freak you out a little bit. Still making the coffee. I'll be right back. And funnily enough, I just got pizza the other day. It's wonderful. back. So yeah, here's where we're at. We jacked up the pitch bend to become really extreme, which is fine. Note that we can also do other wacky things, like I've got pressure associated here, but we can also have that go in and modulate things like our matrix. Here's our pitch bend. And we can make that do something as well. For instance, if we make that go opposite to the poly of the aftertouch, we can make it do its gnarly crazy stuff more interestingly, and this has already got to the point where I can throw it into a patch and call it neurosec or something. So let's save this as neurosec base. And that's the kind of nonsense you can get up to with like 4 octaves of pitch bend. It's not really very usable, but I'm using it on a pressure sensitive control anywho. And it just more or less, it's a workable thing. I got my cup of coffee, which I'd better drink enough of before it's like 4 in the afternoon, because I'll be up all night if I carry on like that. And we also found out that using the source here, with envelope not on, that's where we got our weird little modulation. So if we go back to this and cut off the spread and or the number of voices, now we have a less modulated sound. Although we're still forcing the note into weird places with the pressure sensitivity. And when we go into unison, we've got it really turned up quite a lot. My coffee cutoff is whenever I feel like it should be. And today, I am all gung-ho for doing an amazing 6 signs stream, so I'm just chasing these ideas as fast as I can. Hence my desire for a 3rd cup of coffee. Oh, hi. That's amusing. Okay, we have another kind of thing going on. Without random phase, it'll start with a certain amount of cancellation. So what can we do with that? This is a very slow spread. This is like a very minimal spread. If we have one voice, it doesn't do anything. 2 voices, it's going to do a stereo effect. 3 voices, we might start getting that cutoff thingy again. 4, Same as above, but 5. See, we're getting a flangey effect because we have stereo spread detuning these various notes. But it's not random phase, so they're all starting at the same amount, and the spread is causing them to go out of tune with each other, starting at the same phase. That means we get a consistent attack each time. Oh, hey, we can even pitch it up. Also note if we do the oversampling using that, firstly, we can have it act different. And secondly, if we do it with the SRC, it's a little gnarlier with Lanczos, which is predicted. That's expected. Let's pivot this over so that I can be on cam. I do also have modulation wheel. If I'm not mistaken, that wasn't flagged as this dedicated thing. But going for MIDI, modulation wheel does have a button on my X key controller, and it's a normal enough setting. It's like MIDI CC0. Oh, look at that. So this didn't used to exist either. These are now assigned with common labels. So fairly often you're going to have these CCs doing these things, and then these are even more common ones, like modulation wheel is MIDI CC0 or 1 or something like that. I only mention it because those are fairly recent modifications. So first thing I'm wondering is whether I can, I'm still really interested to know whether I can make this, seemingly not. Okay, so what I would be doing with this, if I could, is taking the music thing modular, which is a separate MIDI controller, and assigning that to the macro. Then I'd have two different MIDI controllers coming in. I can do that with Surge XT, because Surge XT is many people developing it over many years, and it has all the it's the everything synth. This is one person's work for 1 month, so it doesn't have that yet. But macro 1 to macro 6 level, I would choose to assign those to this little controller if I was able to click on something and go, okay, read whatever MIDI thing I'm moving. Here, this one, use this one. I don't have that yet, but I dare say it could happen at some point. Without the ability to set this to a MIDI controller, I'm not really sure what good they are. Other than, yeah, you can manipulate them on the screen. And that's cool in its way. I do not think we can assign modulation targets to the macros, and so that's a bit of a... But we can use them as modulation sources, so there's that. That's true. Reaper would let me target those, no question about it. Standalone is not letting me target them yet. So the thing I had in mind here, as long as we're continuing to meddle with the neurosec bass and turn it into a lead, we'll have the pressure modulate this. I'm not impressed by that, so we're going to take the pitch bend way down again. There we go. Tell you what, let me just type something in. Paul's great with some of this stuff. It'll sort of just do what you hoped. Although, oh no, there we go. And the feedback operator is the one where I could find a way for it to sweep across these various extremely intense, or maybe I don't even need the overdrive for this one. And the pitch bend is going opposite to the direction of the poly aftertouch. So if it didn't go opposite to the poly aftertouch, it's actually not letting the poly aftertouch do much. That's interesting. So where we're starting there is a slight matrix offset. Everything is 10x. If we do this, it's more pressure sensitive. We're going to go back to there, and then we're going to see what manipulations we can do, perhaps with not as much overdrive. Envelope level is relatively low. Overdrive is 10x, so if we do this, it's going to be much mellower. The decay we hear on that is purely a factor of the unison. And that's a cute little effect. If we had random phase, it won't do anything of the sort. But we do have random phase. We do have the ability to turn off random phase. So we can make it kind of decompose into that flangier tone. And that gives us a kind of envelope, which we could also manipulate in other ways, but we're not really there at the moment. So OP1 ratio, here's our key tracking. Turn that on and it doesn't have any vibrato. Turn it off and it does. It's a sample and hold, going very fast. This is the full amount. This is what we had for the original bass. So So sample and hold appears to be hitting different voices at different times. That's really interesting. And then maybe coming back. If we make it go much faster, what do we get? So I probably don't need rate at the top speed. This glitch, as it hits, sort of resolves as the unison converges. So what we can do with this is turn envelope on and then bring up sustain or release. Or perhaps hold. Okay, here we go. So what this is doing is we've got the envelope engaged. Without it, it's going constantly. If I ever do a DAW, it'll be because Bacon Paul ended up liking what I do so much that he wanted to collaborate with me on one. Bacon Paul has had an idea for wanting to make a DAW much like this very synth. Minimalist and with very little going on. I don't believe he's currently doing that. And I don't have the technical capabilities of doing it. But if that ever happened, it would be because me and that guy got together. More likely than any other thing. And he would have to be asking me because I'm not going to go bully him around and make him make a DAW for me. That's uncool. So now we have that on set, and we have this extreme amount of goofy pitch mangling. And it'll go away very quickly because it is strictly associated with an here. Modulating the decay shape does another thing. I believe what this is going to do we can hear what it does here. Without modulating that decay shape, I love this for the decay envelope. If you crank up that little dial above, it's taking the flat, you'll have to assume that this is from right to left, and decaying, and curving it so that the amount of decay, and again, what's happening here is it's applying this nasty detune, but it's falling away as fast as the decay and or release. And it doesn't really matter what release is doing because we have a very sharp cutoff. If I make it go to the opposite extreme, it's tightening it up because it is doing the opposite, and the fall off is exponential in nature. And if we have it in the middle, then the fall off is a linear fall off. So we go from maximal oversaturate cutoff, maximal exponential cutoff, linear cutoff. Now there's a neat trick that Tommy Mars would use on his electro comps. if I mimic that here, what we've got is deform seems to be changing the shape of this pitch envelope, although then, okay, so this is confusing me a little bit. Rate is applying to the overall pitch of op1, and op1 has the ratio going on. Guys, calm yourselves, calm yourselves. There's no reason to. Only thing I know about Bacon Paul, what with interacting with him over the development of 6 signs, is he's okay with the way that I give feedback. Because I've been grappling with things like, is he going to take away my sample rate conversion that I'm absolutely loving just because somebody else told him it needed to be the same no matter what rate you're at? And every step of the way, I've been like pulling teeth and freaking out and making sure that I'm not being unreasonable. And as a result, it's ended up that he is happy with interacting with me about open source projects, which is good because that's the intention. And that doesn't mean he wants me to come in with him on a DAW project, nor is he necessarily doing a DAW project. I just know that he mentioned at one point that he was interested in doing a very simplified one. That's all I know. And if he was, it would probably be open source, so there would be at least be the ability to use that as a starting point. I'm not good enough to do that yet, so don't worry about it. So now what we have, let's see what else we can make happen here. So with that end, we've got this warble. And if we mess with deform while doing this, and the LFO is sample and hold, it does seem to be contained within this little area. Okay, so what's happening with this? Deform is making it lean to one or the other side of the sample and hold, which is a random style thingy. Rate is really high, so the rate can be less than this. We can also modulate rate using all the same stuff that we're currently doing. For instance, poly aftertouch. Dedicated poly aftertouch manipulating the rate. And routing that to, oh wait, no, we can't, can we? Dang it. Oh no, wait, yes we can. I stand corrected, look at that. I'm pushing on the note a little harder here. So what deform is doing with the sample and hold is it's making the randomness not be as much true randomness, but instead lean harder to one direction or the other. If I turn deform all the way down, it will lean harder to flat. So it's going to tend to be flatter. I don't think I have a LFO deform as a modulation target, which is like reasonable, I suppose. LFO sense, I don't even see that as a control. Weird. It's going to be somewhere else. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And if deform is the other direction, then it's going to lean towards positive pitch irregularities. And I got it set up so pushing harder on the poly aftertouch is causing the rate to go faster. This would also be useful for if I had the modulation wheel doing something like a additional waveform. You'd have to do that using like additional operators, which is one of the things I was going to get to. Then we turn env back on. And perhaps deform back down. And I'm getting into that Tommy Mars thing to the point where I can safely save this. Although I'm curious whether I can have it be talking a little bit more loudly with some of its stuff. See how we got this modulation? We are no longer doing 10 times overdrive. So we went from this to this. Much subtler. But we can turn level, technically it would be down. Because we're offsetting from one position. The whole thing is working like this. We're covering this range. Because it's all a little sawtoothy wave. And we have adjusted its phase to interact appropriately. Actually, I'm not sure our phase is doing diddly here, but we've got it set to something anyhow. Yeah, our feedback seems to work the same, whatever the phase thinks it is. Mind you, might be able to modulate the phase or something. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about getting... You're allowed to get enthusiastic about the idea of me working with other people. That doesn't include the idea of the other people actually want to do anything that I would want to do. Fairly often they don't, and that's fine. Things just wait until they become possible. Let's see what our... Speaking of which, what kinds of things can we do? Oh, look at these. Voice gated, key track from 60. What's 60? Released in unison position. There's bound to be some cool stuff in there. Random offsets, our macros. MPE is very useful for those who have that available. There's our modulation. So env level is the one that can make it freak the heck out. And it's all about the position of this operator, which is just barely... Actually, no, that's not doing anything. Compared to the position of this, and overdrive is how much this adds to envelope. And again, using overdrive makes it all way stronger. Removing overdrive, and again, we've got a feedback modulator. It's a negative feedback on this little sawtooth wave that we've got. So it's a nice, rich little tone. And then as we continue to add level, again, hit this button and we need to use 10 less of whatever we've got on here. And again, pitch bend envelope attenuation is doing the opposite. So if I hit a note and push on it until it fuzzes, hit pitch bend up, it'll take it back away again. And that's as far as that one seems to want to go. We can also do the opposite. So where did we start with? We started with this not even having any offset. And using a much more mellow and chilled out, and probably don't need to worry about pitch bend modulating this one. Although it's available for all this stuff. I'm pretty sure that having noise and bipolar and then scale will do something else. So what I'm wondering is scale doing anything at this stage? I'm feeding it a noise. We're not applying envelope. And feedback LFO. Oh, did David Lynch pass away? Oh, that would suck. Feedback LFO to feedback amplitude depth. Oh, dang it. Time to listen to Twin Peaks soundtracks. So what we're doing with this little patch is figuring out how to apply a handy And I'm thinking in terms of Tommy Mars. I'm thinking in terms of Zappa synthesizer sounds. I think I probably want to modulate in the opposite direction of that, though. The way this particular sawtooth works, at this zone, we go really dark up to the point where it starts fuzzing. So we can at least play with that. but interesting. Oh, interesting. That's just a lot of noise there. So that's basically me playing with this, knowing that I can set it to just the point at which that feedbacky, the gnarl shows up. At one point, Native Instruments wanted to use one of my routines. They wanted to use the clip-only algorithm. Now they can. If they did, they should credit me. MIT license basically only demands that. I don't honestly, if they did, they probably wouldn't even credit me. Although you could measure it and find out whether they were doing it. But that's kind of how MIT license works. Yes, they get to use the code just like you. Whether they are a big corporation or not does not matter. Under the terms, they do need to credit me. It is not a GPL. It is not a viral open source license, so they do not need to also open their source. MIT is about as lenient an open source license as you can get. Not sure if I'm loving this. I am getting my overtone. I am able to modulate the overtone with finger pressure. But it's just too muted. And again, we're still, all of this is still only with one operator. We have not yet begun to fool with two operators. And it is very doable using two operators. There's a total available of 6. So in basically any combination. We could have any of these, all of them parallel, all of them feeding each other in different ways. If you wanted to make stacks of like interactive operators, you could just make each one modulate the next. Like 1 modulates 2, and you listen to 2, and then 2 modulates 3, and you listen to 3. 3 modulates 4, and you listen to 4, and you make this kind of stack that can react with all these kinds of things. So what I am wondering, can I modulate this some more too? Add a little something to it. I don't think LFO deform is going to give me that though. There we go. So there's the LFO. I'm using add to make the finger control, the pressure control. But we can also do these things. This is not acting literally like noise, but it might give me some of that. less of that and more of the pressure. Now we have the operator, and remember this is unison, so if it's really random, it'll be chorused in an interesting way. And while we're at it, we're not doing anything with pitch bend anymore. But we have a modulation wheel, so we can do something funky with the modulation wheel, and let's do that. And then we're going to save it as a different name and go back to neurosic bass and do something else with it. What shall we add? How about LFO depth? I'd have to push the button. Hang on, it's not doing it. What can we make this do? LFO rate, probably not useful in noise. Feedback level? Well, it works. That's the modulation button. Let's also, since we're not doing pitch bend, let's try to make the modulation button do something else. Envelope at 10, I do not, that's just more having to do with the feedback level, so no. Envelope attack, I don't think so. LFO rate shouldn't matter. Ah, but it does. It does. We can make that more noise warble a little bit more by pushing the modulation wheel. That little wham 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 is modulation wheel. What would happen if I exaggerated that a little bit? We'll make it warble a little. So again, modulation wheel is doing this. Cool, cool. So I'm going to call that a like Tommy Marsey lead kind of thing. And the reason is because the onset for specifically our pitch here, ooh, hello. What if modulation wheel does stuff here too? I mean, we got it. What can it do? LFO rate. Ratio phase. Oh, that would be kind of hilarious if it was to modulate ratio, but that would just be a pitch bend, wouldn't it? LFO rate's not going to do squat because it's strongly envelope dependent. So I can't do that. I mean, it would have an effect, but I'm using that only for a little tiny squelch on the onset of the note. LFO rate is doing this. And that's why I'm calling it Tommy Mars effect, is because when he is using an electrocomp, he has a setup where Portamento is only applying to one of the sources. I can do that natively in this, but and if we make that all negative 100, we're doing a similar electrocomp thing where the very attack, not the legato, but the very attack is acting like it's a combination between a direct note and a portamento. And mod wheel is leaning on that. But can it do anything in here, I wonder? For sensitivity, I don't even know what that is. Dang it. And I bet ratio is not helpful. It ain't nothing but a pitch bend, so we don't need that. Phase. Does phase do anything interesting with this? No. I don't actually hear phase using only one oscillator. It's been basically the same this entire time. So let's not bother with this. We've got pretty far here. And we've legitimately got something. Although I will note, probably should throw another log in my fire while I'm at it. Because I was burning that one without the damper on, and so they burn faster without the damper on. Let me rush over to do that, and then I'll save this as another name. One thing about it, at least this should light more quickly. I think. There it goes. So make it catch real good. Off it goes. That should hold me. So. Okay. Back again. So, time to save this and move on. There's our Tummy Mars lead. And we can push the modulation button to make it kind of grunge out a little more. And hey, not only is it a lead, it is also an intro bass. Add drums and you got a track. But we can get crazier than that. Just because that worked out real nice, we still have this kind of nonsense to play with. There's a bass. For values of bass strictly meaning crazy EDM stuff, call that a bass. Edit a bunch of craziness with that, just go nuts over the keyboard and then record it to a file and isolate the little bits that go usefully enough. But that's not what we're going to do today, because we're going to try to do something else. And hopefully we can do it up properly. How do we do this? Okay, envelope level, add poly aftertouch. Add. Again, we're going to go with our poly aftertouch here as well. And what would that be? NV10 was it? I'm reproducing what I had in the former one. That seems to be, oh, yep, okay, we got it. So what's essentially happened is, as we set that up, using level is causing us to have the LFO driving the output level rather than having to turn up in the mixer. What we had on operator 1 was some gruesome craziness going on here. Bipolar, SR, yeah, all cool. Bipolar, SR, rate 0, level subtracted, overdrive times 10. I'm going to take us down to unison for this, although I'm going to also take spread down to nothing while I'm at it. And normal phase. Because I am up to no good. We're going to do evil things here, and it'll be great fun. So, firstly, op 2. Well, this one was sawish, and this one is sine. This stuff is going to get interesting in a moment. Let's stick with sine, and in fact, let's make this also be sine. Notice that we have a bunch of cool waves that we can play with, like that is sine times 5x. I'm going to just stick with sine this time because we again are up to no good. So here is where we started at, except for not being a sawtooth anymore. Now it's just a sine with a squelch. So there's our first one. We are already up to no good with a single sine, but that's not where we're going to stop. Because we have the ability to do terrible things here. Based on where the feedback level sits and where the envelope level sits. We're doing 10 times overdrive, so we can get really monstrous here. Feedback on a sine will start doing crazy things. Or we can just tune it. And that's what our exaggerated feedback can get to when you feed it into the sine. So that's a gnarly little sound, probably only attainable through the overdrive. Possibly not, but possibly so. But then we have this other one. And where our levels are the same, our feedback operations are not necessarily the same. So if we set this to look like the other one, and we got to set up the poly aftertouch to make it do its thing. And what did we have on the previous one? NV10. And let's leave pitch bend the way that was, just to see what happens. So NV10, and then pitch bend, NV10, and quick glance back to, okay, plus and minus is what how I would describe that. So here's one. Here's the other. Now we get messy. I'm still a little puzzled as to what this little thingy does. It's like phase versus amplitude or something, but we're going to find out real quick. So if we turn this on, 1's feedback still operates, 2's feedback still operates, but now we are only listening to 2 and we're going to feed 1 into it. I'm not sure if A is as useful for this as this other symbol, phase or whatever it is. But I mean, just quickly check this out. Set to A, it does this. Set to the symbol, it does this. And again, this is on literally one or no, well, no, technically it's 2 ops now, but I don't have any unison happening. And unison is a quick way to get something like this bigger and raunchier, but I'm not dealing with that just yet. In fact, I'm going to take overdrive down. So here we have sine waves. This one is feeding back positively, this one's feeding back negatively, and we've got the unheard first one, which is this. We don't have to listen to it directly. Feeding the second one. Oh, hang on. Got the wrong thing selected there. So that's almost as good as the thing that I did in FM8 way back in the day called Cayenne. And the way that's being done is we've got multiple operators doing multiple feedbacks, but they're kind of trying to operate backwards from each other. And let's tune the way you deal with this. And again, this is now 2 operators and no unison. We've got the operators, basically we're only monitoring operator 2. Operator 1's doing this. And we're meddling with the degree to which it is going wonky. So we got 10 times overdrive. Maybe we don't need as much. Well, that's interesting. What does that do? Oh God, it's a talking bass. Oh dear. Massive, eat your heart out. Except for I keep going into that noise section. I don't want it to go into the noise section. I want it to gargle and scream. So we haven't changed any of the ratios yet. Or technically we are changing nothing but the, and that's probably a good point. You see, these are all going to still be synchronized. I'm honestly not sure if we're doing any LFO stuff yet. I think we need to go to a different pitch bend than that. It's too extreme, because it's already so extreme that it's only fighting its ability to make a sound happen. We still have the hiss happening, so let's dial back that hiss. That's going to be the amount of this with the additional level. And we've already got it going strongly negative, even though we don't have overdrive. If we have overdrive in the second one, we get this. This 100% noise. So the way we dial that back could be dialing back the modulation amount, which is adjusting envelope level, or we can simply do it using the envelope level directly. We do have pitch bend doing the opposite of envelope attenuation, so we might be able to bring in some interesting squelches through that. In fact, it feels like that is actually working. So if we take Poly Aftertouch and pull back some of its envelope attenuation while boosting it here, full hiss, and then we dial it back here, then the pitch bend will have more of a countervailing effect on it. Meaning we can push it and have it go one direction, but then also if we drop the pitch bend, it'll go somewhere else. I stand corrected. Something there isn't doing the thing. So let's see what we've got. Firstly, let's not modulate. In fact, we can manipulate this using all of that stuff too. So that could get really messy. But for now, here's where we're at. If I dial back the amount that this alters envelope attenuation, it doesn't actually help. Pitch bend, of course, isn't going to do a thing about that. So I think what I can do here, and again, oh, hello. Do I have that at minus something else other than 11 or 12? No, it's supposed to be an octave down. It's not being an octave down, so we'll call it 13, and then maybe now it'll be an octave down. Let's find out. No, it was right the first time. Somehow I thought it was not going to the note. It is, it's just confusing me with it. So, back to here. We're not modulating. And if we tune this, go more. Oh, I'm enjoying that, even if it's hissy. Listen to that. We have gargle. It is gargling. Does this one gargle too if you push it? What if we go with this? That's a very delicate range, but it is at 10x overdrive, so ooh, that's not much at all. Nope. Miles out. Interesting. Our feedback levels on Op1 have like stages upon stages of doing weird crap. We're going to explore this intensely. Okay, this is cool. So Op1, which we're not going to listen to directly, is now doing a very sensitive little dance where the very faintest velocity levels that don't always pop out are purely scrunch. Push a little harder, it's clean. Then it mutes, and then it goes into a waveform, and then it noise again. So we don't even hear this directly. It's being used as a modulator to the second op, which has also got its kind of craziness going on. Its craziness is this. And it's strongly negative feedback instead of positive feedback. While we're at it, because we're manipulating this, what happens if we fool with phase here? I don't think that affects it. But we have our strange rumble and warble going on. So that's fine. These guys are okay the way they are. Although that is sample and hold, rate cranked, deform very low, and let's see what happens now that we're listening to this if we jump this over to the same thing. Yeah, it's not doing anything, I don't think. I think having this set up this way isn't actually doing anything. But that's fine. That is fine. Then when we combine those two things, which is, again, first, that's 1, which we don't hear directly. Here's 2, which we hear directly. And then if we do this, I guess that's the phase indicator. Turn this on, we haven't even tuned the intensity with which it hits, and that also is very much modulatable. We haven't done a thing with this stuff here. Up, got to turn on this one, otherwise it won't do anything. So if we do dial back the sheer amount of FM that the first horrible thing is doing to the second horrible thing, what do we get? Well, first of all, if we dial it just straight back, and we don't get the times 10x here, although it would be interesting if you did have that, but we don't. So there's the rumble that we had, which is a sort of side effect. Oh, they'll become aware of this. DMB folks are paying attention to me, believe me. Push hard enough and you have the rumble. Throw a little reverb on that and Bob's your uncle. And that's roughly half. So the question becomes, what's the best setting for this modulator between these two rather chaotic and pressure modulated operators? To where should this control be at light pressure versus where should it be at heavy pressure? And that's going to be the final touch, after which I save this as, like, I don't know, D&B robot throwing up noises or something, whatever we want to call it. Because if we fully crank it, we do this. And that's quite awesome, but we can still use modulation, the same stuff that we're doing before, poly aftertouch is what we're using, to modulate the level. And we're not currently touching that, but we can. So we had gentle is this, fully cranking it is very gnarly indeed. In fact, light touches give it a lot of character. And then if we pull it back, it starts getting full again. So maybe pressure needs to remove the amount of modulation on this. I can pull back the amount of modulation and it's going to back off a certain amount of the hiss. Because this is not really, oh, I just glanced at my stove. My stove's doing fine. This is not really about making everything go. Indeed, I would rather have this part. This one lets me go to that when push hard. This one is giving me an onset. This is where the barks and hisses of the lowest velocity levels or pressure levels. So I might be able to tune this. Good, there we go. that very delicate setting, and it's probably good that it now has a fixed sample rate inside this, because it's going to be very delicately tuned to get it to do these things at like specific, extremely low pressure sensitivity levels. Normal notes doesn't always go to that place. Although I note that I can do it by pushing harder. So just a hint. And again, this is the modulator. And we are modulating this OSC. Oh no, we still have that one selected. Never mind, I think I just screwed up my setting. Let's go and double check that, see if I can put it back if it went wrong. Yeah, I needed to push harder to get to this point. And occasionally, so it hisses at two extremes of the pressure curve. So you can lean on it to make it go squawk, but you can also have little bursts of squawk at the beginnings or ends of notes, and that's the important thing. And now I switch over to this one and then set it for editing so that I can work out how I want this to work, because I didn't have it set up like that before, and that's a bit of a mistake. And doing this is what caused it to do the rumble, so I got to keep that. That feels like it's responding to the pressure sensitivity correctly. So now we turn on the other one, which we're not hearing, and then we turn on the modulation. And our modulation of polyaftertouch is suppressing it when we push real hard. So now we dial in this part. If we don't have any, everything is full constant, all gargle all the time. But if we have it drop the level as we start in, maybe we can even do with So at that point, we've got the gentle stuff. This is Bacon Paul's Instrument 6 Signs. I'm going to give him these patches once I finish them, because today was my playing with 6 signs day, rather than doing more mixing on my album. Because this is just in the process of coming out, so I want to reinforce it while I can by showing you what I can do. And what it can do, because without this, I would just be sitting there playing a guitar. And again, modulation, this is modulating the other thing, so they're both happening. But Poly Aftertouch is also manipulating level, and I can make it cut the level. So when I lean harder, it will modulate less. And that makes it do this. Okay, I've got it into a setting where it's kind of like exploding but also shorting out. That is intentional. The way that it's interacting, kind of what I had in mind. I'm going to take a quick moment and hit one button to see what it does. Yeah, it's no good. This first part is clearly better. I wonder whether it's like zero cross versus not zero cross FM. I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up at some point. And we got to throw a little modulation wheel in there, don't we? Ooh, we could do a fun thing though. What if pitch bend wheel, but what if pitch bend wheel continued to push the level so that if we went down, the level went up to maybe cause the sound to gargle and fart even worse? We're going to find out. Okay, that's amusing. If we do pitch bend, okay, let's try the opposite then. Again, both of these horrible things are modulating each other, and both of them are more or less throwing in hisses and barks at both extremes of the pressure sensitivity spectrum. But then if we apply pitch bend's level gain even more aggressively, it's going to do different things based on whether you're dropping the pitch down an octave or cranking it all the way up. So you get this. Okay, so that's pitch bend to low. Not bad, not bad. I'm liking this one's ability to talk pretty well. It seems on the good side. Okay, so I think phase modulation is, and thank you, Grins. Phase modulation appears to be doing the best things for me. I bet there's digital audio rate amplitude modulation that'll work really well for some other things. In fact, maybe it's about time to try one of those things out right now. Third, and same deal, we got to set the level up in such a way that it responds, because all of our stuff is running off of Poly Aftertouch. God help you if you don't have a keyboard that can use that. And I think we have amplitude. So amplitude. How did I get that the last time? This is how. A exact suboctave. Or not. I bet I have to hit like tab to dial it in. How's that? Nope. Okay, interesting. I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to do this, but no, it didn't work, did it? Well then, I'll just set it painfully by hand with a very delicate touch. Who knows whether I even want it to be that exact anyway. So there's a ratio. In fact, yeah, we can do this. So that's a suboctave. This is an X key. So there's our suboctave being brought in, kind of subtly, just to reinforce it. And then if we add this, of course it's just nonsense, but if we do this, and we shouldn't even need to use a feedback oscillator on that one. So now we got that going on, and if we combine it with these, and then let's just add one more touch of utter and absolute madness. Watch this. Pitch, ratio, modulation, pitch bend, ratio, and we'll shut this up for a moment. And hang on, on. I got to go back to where we were working with it. Very good. And guess what? We're not going to have any pitch bend on this oscillator. See, we got a note. And then if we drop it down an octave, this oscillator goes up an octave. So now this one's trying to hang on to the octave under that it was using, and then we combine it with this, and we have utter and total madness. And as long as we're getting that silly, let's bounce back to here. We don't have it as perfectly 1, 2, but that's about as close as I'm going to get, I think. Ooh, hang on. No, I don't have to worry about that at all. Back you go. Octave setting. Perfect. Perfect. Cool. That worked. And rather than use the bumpy sign where you can more clearly hear when it's a suboctave, we're now no longer making it be a suboctave. So let's see what happens when we do just sine. Lovely. That's only octave down. If we do octave up, we start doing the other thing. Okay, okay. And we got two potential options here. And we can have both of them at once if you like. I am a little bit skeptical of one thing. I feel like I have too much of the snarly stuff. That's driven by operator 1. So if I completely remove this, and in fact I can straight up turn it off, we are no longer feeding operator 1 to this, but we are feeding operator 2 to it. Interesting. So I feel like that high note, although I'm reasonably okay with, well, let's take a quick experiment. What if this happened? Messy, but I'm not sure it's what I'm looking for here. So this one starts to play a really high, honestly I could be detuning it too though. Here's the thing. Those don't have to be exactly the same. My concern here is when I do this, that's just a high snarly noise, but it's kind of too vocal and I'm not entirely happy with it. Whereas this wave is actually better for that. Just the sheer amount of gargle in there, I feel like that reinforces it better. So my question is, now that I have the perfect key tracking of exactly 1 octave down, what happens if I don't have it be perfectly synchronized? Like we go from this I kind of love some of that. Oh, what happens when we adjust the phase? That's a really good question. But I need to raise the pitch. So I like some parts of this. I'm wondering what... Oh, okay, that could get messy. Get a load of this. This is heavily manipulated by the phase. So what happens? Pretty wacky. Pretty wacky. I'm almost to the point of going and warming up the oven for my tacos. This is proving to be a good day, although it's like mostly dedicated to D&B bases. But I haven't heard anybody doing D&B bases on this, and I knew that it could, so let's do it. And we've just lost our lows again. So... is that too far from this? Because former one. Ooh, what if instead this third operator is being controlled by the modulation wheel? I'm not doing that much with that. See, I've just turned it off. And if we turn it on, we get... Or the op2, like if I shut this off, then it's nothing but the raw OSC. But if I set that to modulation wheel, then what do we get? First of all, we turn it off. Second of all, our modulation matrix isn't doing anything with it at the moment, so we'll set it to mod wheel. Then we'll set it to level. And let's see what we get now. Okay, so that gives us an octave drop. And it's a little difficult to make out what it's doing because it's hard to balance both the pitch bend and the mod wheel pressure sensitivity. Along with it, we've got 3 different pressure sources coming in. So in order to make this actually perform, I think it needs, well, let's see, first of all, with no mod wheel pressure. We've got our standard pitch meson. So then if we start bringing this in, it's a little too intense this way. And I think what I'm going to be wanting to do here, since it's responding to pitch wheel so much, and the pressure so much has to also be manipulated, up to modulating that needs to be, to some extent, manipulated by, like it needs to still be there rather than not be there, but I'm only going to hear it when I'm fooling with the pitch wheel, which if somebody normally has a pitch lever, it'll be even easier to manipulate this. X key is not that easy to manipulate pitch bends on. So without any of this, we got that. Roughly half of it, which is not actually half, but whatever that was. It's doing something. That was only 10%. So 100% was a lot. What if it's around 50? And then let's go even a harder core and include this when we push the mod wheel. Also on A. Mod wheel, full crank, assigned to level. And this doesn't have anything happening unless you have the mod wheel going. So not much happens if you don't have the pitch bend going. Ooh, although it gives you a rumble. So pushing a mod wheel now with these things set up the way they are gives the plain tone a gnarly rumble. But then as you combine mod wheel with pitch bend, and the pitch bends are all up and down an octave, but that sub octave is doing the reverse, so it's staying to the same frequency. I don't know, I'm kind of liking that as it is, though, so that's a little awkward. So what's actually happening with this monster? So if we took those and just cranked them both, the more I add, it just gets louder. It just gets louder and louder. And I question how useful that actually is, although let's maybe make it all very simple. Poly Aftertouch governs everything about this then. Mod wheel, I think it had something to do with something. Yeah, we got something happening. Oh no, never mind. That's because I have both of these assigned. So if both of them are now assigned to Poly Aftertouch, our pressure should govern all of this stuff. And if we bring in the original operator, so that's neat. We got somewhere. That's a bass. That's a bass. Boy, is it ever. There's a thing. Cool. So I need to defrost some food for my dinner. Probably throw another log on the fire. Might as well. It'll start getting cold in here if I don't. Apart from the heat of the fire synth patches. Should catch. We're not engaging the damper so much because I'm trying to burn some of the ashes and charcoal down. God, and I haven't even finished my coffee. I should really go dump the rest of this. It's too late at day. He says as he doesn't do any such thing. Whee! There we go. Alrighty then. That's a bass. Save patch. When I say something is neural, I do not mess around. And I'm also going to give this to Paul by saving it to the desktop. So what have we built today? We built a lead. We built a messy bass. It's neurosic bass because it has a 4-octave pitch octave drop. And I feel like this one might be, yeah, this is another one of the one-op. So this sucker is built with one operator. And it looks like this one has 4 voices. But guess what? When we get really sick, we can do it with 1. So that's all in good fun. I can't wait to show this to Paul. See, this is why you leave some of these settings like the length. So honestly, it will still work under none. Or does it? So default. But the sheer madness? Yeah. No, it wants his original sample rate generator. No question about it. And that may sound slightly differently run at 48K. And you know what? It's probably still awesome. It's maybe in a whole other level of awesome that I have hitherto undiscovered. But this definitely wants his original sample rate thing, because the only thing I wish is that I could feed operator 3 back into operator 1 again. But that would be cheating. He says as he wonders whether it's possible. Gosh. So, do we have the outputs of operators? No, I don't think we do. Sad Chris is sad. I could make so much trouble with that. Or can you make that? No. No, no, no. We're not feeding that into anything yet. Up one ratio. Ability to feed a much later operator back into this again. I don't think so. Ability to feed the output of the synthesizer itself. I don't think so. Because that's where you get to chaotic oscillators, and that's where you start making real trouble. So target would be ratio. And modulation source. So voice is not actually... This has to do with this voice rather than other voices. Unison position means if we're doing a unison, which we're not, neural base is 1. But if we're doing a unison, you'd be able to like make all the stuff on the right be sharp and all the stuff on the left be flat if so you desired. And that has uses. That definitely has uses. Released, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Voice released. Key track from 60, I don't know what that's supposed to mean either. 60 is probably middle C. That's got to be what that means. So that's going to let you feed in, much like Surge XT lets you feed in the key track from 60 so that some of your stuff is portamento and some of it is not. Surge XT can do the Tommy Mars trick without cheating. Gated would mean whether that is being sounded or not, presumably. These are just random sources, and that's fine. Macros is if you do have those doing something, that's how you feed it in. MPA is pressure and timbre. And this stuff. And this stuff. And there we go. So yeah, all very interesting. It's a goodly range of weird noises in its own way. That's going to be fun. I'm going to show that to Paul immediately. Assuming he's not watching. He could be watching this, but there's very few people watching this anymore. I think people are not as fond of being deafened by dubstep basses as you might think they would be. And I don't understand that, but so it is. It will be, it may or may not sound different on 48K. If you set the sample rate not to Lanczos, but instead to SRC, it will sound much more the same. The reason I have it set to Lanczos is because the little edgy stuff, that nice design is Bacon Paul. It's not my doing. I'm going to keep saying it as long as I'm making videos on this subject. And just for fun, before I go and do something else with it, because I'm going to dial it in, I'm going to go and adjust one that doesn't hiss. I like the hiss, but I'm going to do one that doesn't do that, so that it's more a sort of deep rumbly noise instead of this DNB/neuro assault, because this is meant to be the neuro assault. So before we do that, okay, that's a bit loud. It's fine. By all means, do blue sky posts of the stream. Nothing wrong with that. So that's what you do when you have like 5 voices of it. And if you only have 2, so it's in stereo, so what did I say I was going to do? Well, I was going to, and anybody who uses this, know that you can do that with it, rather than just this. You can make it a stereo monster. Go right ahead. But I was going to do an additional bass based on this, and I am wondering whether maybe I'll do that and just call it a day, because this has been a busy day. I probably have enough in the tank for doing one more sound, though. So final bits of the coffee at nearly 5. I'm being a bad boy. Time to do a certain little change. What is that change, you may ask? Let's first save it to make sure I don't lose the first one. Rather than gnarl, this is myrrh. And the distinct thing about this is that we dial back all of the levels until it can no longer hiss. Like this. Oh, that's still hissing. Okay, that's a bit of a chirp. but it's not that much. Good enough. Let's try this guy now. Cool, cool. Then we include this. Might not be necessary. That said, that might, well, no, we've got the hisses dialed back quite a bit compared to what it started out. And then we've got them feeding into this guy. But then it's kind of out of phase with this one, so we get this. As long as we have it, it actually isn't out of phase, is it? But that could be changed. The way these two things interact with each other could have a lot of effect. And we've got it locked, so... So even though all hell breaks loose when you hit pitch bend, because the one does an octave shift and the other one stays exactly where it is, I think we're hearing that live. Let's bounce this right back to sine power of 5x and see what it does. thinks it's out of phase, and it's locked, and it's key tracked, and it's an octave down, and OP3 ratio is not even slightly off. Okay, without having too much wild chorusiness on that. And then let's just start fooling with some of these blends while we're at it. It's meant to be mur bass. It's not meant to be scream and flail bass. So, if you didn't have this, alright, we'll see you later, Grunts. I'm glad you had a fun stream. I'm liking the range of sounds this can now produce. What if mur bass, but unison? What if mur bass but unison and we don't directly hear op 2? LR Convolver, which I'm expecting to do some stuff with next week. I am pretty sure that what would happen is they're either going to become silent, or because like L times R with everything being less than 1 and clipped to a maximum of 1 or negative to 1. 1 times 1 will equal 1. So a maximum peak is going to be full crank. 1/2 times 1/2 will equal 1/4. So what it's going to do if you have a mono signal going in is essentially act like density applied to a strongly negative setting. It'll become a little bit gnarly, but not in a way that would really hurt. Although, negative 0.5 times negative 0.5 becomes positive 0.25. And negative 1 times negative 1 becomes positive 1. So, if you have a mono signal going in, it will be full wave rectified. Go figure. I don't think I can add any feedback to an LR Convolver, no. let's just make all the mixer settings not be aftertouch and see what happens. There's some interesting stuff going on here. Oop. Are you set to ×10? No, because you're not a feedback oscillator. Okay, you go back to amplitude, thank you. I'm thinking of that in terms of like drones and stuff, which is an interesting observation. It could be a thing. Base. Maybe I need to make it be less attacky. We can still have this in here. Living too wild, living too wild. I feel like the way that works requires the aftertouch to be there. Bacon Paul, hey, here. Let me take a moment and save this. Have you heard this before? Well, I'm working on it. Yeah, man. Your synth can do this. Thank you. Thank you for building this thing for us. It's a beast. If you're still there, hope you enjoyed that little taste of wackiness. Now I shall get back to trying to tone it down a bit. That doesn't count as toning it down a bit. And I feel like I will pull back the unison again. Actually, let me tone spread right down while I go across doing that. See, this is to have it not hiss. And the other one, it would do weird neuro hisses, both on the hottest pressure senses and the delicatest pressure senses. This is meant to not do that. And I'm basically just trying to find out how I can tone down its behaviors just a tiny bit. In particular with this one, the octave down snaps to a denser, fuller sound. Because we've got a pitch bend on only the modulators, but we're also listening to op2. Like if we don't listen to op2, we got this. And everything is very strongly altered by pressure. Which reminds me, as long as I'm doing that, I should experiment with poly and see what it do. So let's see what that do. Apart from get really loud, because it does. Bit loud, perhaps. That can probably... Oh, and I'm only listening to that, so what if I include this? Is there a convenient way that I can back it off? Probably. Oh, there we go. We want amplitude. Thank you. And then we'll just add and env level. So poly aftertouch is really slow. Maybe don't want as much of that. Or maybe I want it on this. And then this one doesn't get any of the poly aftertouch, but instead it gets the envelope. Hey, Florian. And a little and then we can do exactly the same thing here. I'm turning it into a pad now rather than mer bass. Oh well. I'll save it and then I'll go back to Merbase and see if I can do anything with that. Oh wait, negative level? That'd be amusing. The octave up is definitely a little crazy no matter what I do with it. That's aggressive. Aggressive. So yeah, that pitch bendy stuff, not so much. I don't think this is going to become a polyphonic patch after all. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Oh, you have no idea, Florian. Did you hear neural bass? I will happily show it to you while I finish doing these last things before I go and have tacos in about 15 minutes. It's been a pretty good day as far as this stuff is concerned. So that turns off. You don't think you did? Nope, we need that. And this one was purely level. But now that we're back to it being a bass, and let's offset it just the teeniest amount. Oh, we'll pull that back. Didn't mean to do it like that. And then that's the really gnarly stuff in neural bass, and so I want to make it be Mur bass, so it needs to be gentler than that. And let's see about that. A little more, I think. So it's an octave up and down, and when you do the octave down, you get a fuller, more solid bass out of it. When you do the octave up, it goes into a crazy, freaky mode. And pressure manipulates its way between to areas that have been dialed back to not be hissy. We're going to save that as Merpace. Eden, I believe you will take the VSTs and put them in the VST folder, yes. It'll be a VST2 folder, so it'll be marked as VST. So yeah, Florian, if you missed this one, this is even gnarlier. Well, first, I got a nice lead. And it's got the little pitch murkiness in the very beginning. Another one-op. That's done like this. The decay of this bit is what determines the pitch murkiness. So upwards of this, you hear it going a little weirder. And the pressure sensitivity is something I always throw on everything. Yeah, bit shift pan is a very simple gain trim. It's a gain trim that doesn't actually do anything to the sound to speak of. Not that most gain trims do anyhow, but if you found that gain trims gave you mud, that one will not. I think it's perhaps a little unlikely that gain trims would give you mud, but the idea is that bit shift pan, I have to be careful to say things in YouTube that way. Let's quickly save that. I think I did a change. Yep. So yeah, after that, I did this. That's called Neurosic bass. It's another one operator, because I got rolling today just doing one operator stuff. The way this one works is the pressure sensitivity on it moderates the feedback to where it's usually pretty well behaved. But your pressure jockeys the amount of feedback going on. It's using the overdrive, but it's dialed it back. That's why it doesn't look very extreme, is it's using 10x overdrive, which is something that Paul just recently added to this. Eden, that depends very much on what you are doing and also whether your computer can handle it. It is very possible, and it would be 98, I'm running in 96K typically, but it is very possible that the stuff you are doing has no need for running at a high sample rate. It depends upon what kind of sound you want to get, and it depends upon what kind of sounds you're running through your system. So Neurosic bass is that. Part of the sickness of it is that it's got these very strange 4-octave pitch bends. and the pitch bend will also drop it down to where it's hissing a lot. But then Florian, the final thing which I did was neural bass, which I'm going to, once I'm finished in about 5 minutes, I'm going to drop that in the, in fact, have I saved it to the desktop most recently? I'm going to give that to Paul's crowd. Six Signs is a synthesizer recently introduced by Bacon Paul, who said hi on the stream just recently. And it is a free open source program for you to download. You can see where you can get it on the bottom of the window of the synthesizer. https://github.com/baconpaul/6signs. It says so right here. See here? Go here. And you can get it in the most recent nightly, which is the one that I'm running. It's almost to the point of 1.0 release. And it's Bacon Paul's 1 month synthesizer jam. He did it in 1 month from scratch. That's pretty amazing. So a lot of what it's doing there is it's reading pressure sensitivity from my X-Key keyboard. Here's this MIDI keyboard that I bought off the internet. And X-Key has poly aftertouch. You could use any aftertouch to do it. And through the way the feedbacks and stuff are set up, it's capable of doing such strange things with these 3 operators that are in use. Like that hiss is just happening because it's being struck very lightly. And then if I push harder, it gets denser and more solid and other overtones come and go. And then as you push hardest, the hiss comes back like this. That's the lightest. Push harder, and harder, and harder, and harder. And that's our hardest. Then, pitch bend does strange and sick things. Like pitch bend, if you pitch bend it, the 2 top things in that triangle there, which you see orange around, go up an octave, but the bottom one has the reverse pitch bend applied so it stays at the same frequency that it is. And it acts like this. If I go down, the bottom one is an octave lower and it stays the same. So all the middle stuff winds up becoming a sort of weird ring modulating mess. the up pitch bend is even sicker, because the up pitch bend makes really gnarly things happen. Why it's called gnarl bass. I'm using some Lavery audio interfaces, and yeah, well, I mean, knock yourself out. Six Signs is free and open source. Go forth and download it. And if you watch the stream, you can see me develop this, because you can make your own patches in much the same way that I did. I am certainly not the only person who can heinously abuse an FM synth. I'm sure many people can do that, especially drum and bass heads. And it does turn it into a motorcycle from hell, yes. And on that note, I am off to drop this patch in the Bacon Paul Discord in the relevant channel. I'm going to keep building more of these, and I'll eventually release a patch collection for these. But note that what I'm doing is simply a lot of modulation, using feedback, sometimes this overdrive feature that Paul added just recently, which lets you do mega uber super feedback, and just dialing everything in. The only thing that I miss is the ability to have loop feedback where 3 is frequency modulating 1 again, because that would give me complete insanity in terms of chaos theory. But I do pretty dang well without it, if I do say so myself. And I could fake it by just doing enough things and then listening only to operator 6, but then there's a loop of other one. Well, actually, that wouldn't do the same thing, but it honestly doesn't matter. It's fine. And on that note, it's been a fun day, and I'm glad to bring you some of this stuff that Paul's done just recently with Six Signs. And I'll catch up. Oh, fine. I can't resist. Here, let's go to something very simple. Like, what would be good? A one-op synth. Mellow Poly Aftertouch. Poly Aftertouch is using a sawtooth wave. And it is modulating that with the feedback operator. Sine is like this instead. Because you would need to modulate it harder to make it do anything. Actually, I've just got that turned way too much up. So that's a sine with a feedback operator. It's just one operator. And this is if you continue to add more and more feedback as you go. You've also got a bunch of other ones, like here's a different one. And then if you go with the sawish, it gives you different levels of feedback intensity. They all end up sounding similar as far as getting to that. Although obviously squarish, funnily, does not. Feedback on a squarish doesn't do much. But yeah, we got a bunch of different possible waves. running the unison feature on this. You can tell by the V saying 4 when I hit one note. And on that point, I am going to go and have my tacos, but it's been a fun day. And I'm happy to be able to propagate this synth to other people because, man, yeah, I was really excited when I first heard it. It has an incredible tone and incredible possibilities. 1 month of work, wow. So I'll talk to you folks later. And bye-bye.